Let's go! Greetings, travelers. Welcome once again to the Flatland BMX learning stream. And I'd like to note that you can learn all of this stuff basically anywhere. Ideally, you do want to find a level surface because it gives you a steady variable, but I have observed people that have done flatland on bumpy ground, on ground that was sloped. I've even seen somebody do it on grass, which is crazy. But you can also do it in very confined spaces, very, very narrow spaces. This is a 15 by 15, actually, the 15 by 15 right there, it kind of goes like 15 by 17 right there. But I've even seen people do flatland in even smaller squares. I've even seen somebody do it in like an 8 by 8, and I even think I've seen somebody even do a lot of stuff in a 5 by 5 square foot radius. And so, and generally, if you can find an 8 by 8 square foot radius of level ground, it's pretty common, right? So that's the cool thing about flatland. And I'm still actually really shocked that there's really not more flatlanders. I will say the flatland scene is a little bit more, what's the word? Obscure, unorthodox, I guess, right? Because it's I can understand why, right? Because I think when most people want to ride, they tend to want to explore and they want to ride the ramps and and grind things, right? But I don't know. As of late, man, I've really been. It's been so weird how hard flatland has been to learn some of these tricks. And I used to race, so I grew up racing. I grew up racing BMX. I got into street, got into dirt jumping, got into riding park. But man, for some reason, flatland's just been a whole nother level of complexity, I guess. And what I've really been enjoying about flatland is the combos, man. It seems like once you start learning more and more tricks, it becomes this tornado of all these things you could start combining with like a manual or a hang five or some sort of other combo you can put into it. And it's just very interesting. It's I feel like there's a lot of untapped stuff still within flatland, right? It's just so interesting. It's very very interesting for me at the moment. So just wanted to say, you can learn this stuff basically anywhere, right? One of the reasons why I'm doing it in the garage specifically, and also it keeps me in the shade because I live in the desert, so it's like way hot outside, right? It's actually cooler today. But also, I am tethered to the Wi-Fi. So I actually, when I first started streaming, I wanted to actually do it at the skate park, right? But I don't have the right internet to do it. So we're doing it in the garage. And I do ride outside a bit, right? But the thing about the streets is that they're kind of like a pyramid for the water runoff, right? And when I first started learning flatland, I was actually riding out in the street a lot. And if I could tell you one thing, man, there's a reason why a lot of flatlanders ride on level ground, right? Because if you add in a slope, right, like even like a pyramid thing, imagine you doing a balance trick, right? And you're carving the balance trick, right? Well, that slope is going to change a variable, right? So that's one of the reasons why a lot of flatland riders ride on level ground, and also why like street freestyle skateboarders do it too. Another tip that I've learned that you always see me do, but if you're just tuning in, is that when I lived in Long Beach and I observed the flatland riders out there, one of the things that I always saw them doing was they would always check their PSI on their tires, right? And I actually think that the major park riders do that too. Like when I was working at Woodward, I think I did remember seeing like Daniel Sandoval and stuff. When I saw those guys and like Chris Fox, I think they would like always check their PSI and stuff. But so one of the reasons why they check their PSI a lot is because it gives you a steady variable, right? So we have a steady variable of a flat surface, a flat level surface, which is one variable that you can control, and then also and then also checking our PSI and making sure that our PSI is at a steady variable. And when we can have things more at a steady variable, it gives more of a kind of like I don't know what the word would be. It just makes it easier to learn tricks. Even though they're still hard. That's the other weird thing. So even if you have these steady variables, right, the tricks are still hard. So you can only imagine if you didn't have these steady variables, how much harder is that trick gonna be, right? So yeah, just word of like, I didn't really know that in the beginning. So if you are just getting into it, I mean that's something that you can always just kind of keep that steady variable, right? And that's what we're kind of shooting for, to continue becoming. And the one thing, man, is like, what's weird about, I talked about it yesterday, man, but what's weird about flatland is it's just so weird that like you see all these riders and they do things like it's like a highlight, right, on like Instagram or YouTube, and you just see them landing it, right? And you're like, oh, that's not that hard, right? It's like, it shouldn't be that hard. And then you actually go and try it, it's just like, man, it's just a different I guess that's with anything, right? Sometimes there's this kind of thing where they make it look way easier than it actually is. Because there's been a lot of tricks. And then also what's weird is I hear some people say, oh, well, that trick was easy. And then I go and try it, and I like the funky chicken. So many people have said that trick was like their first scuff trick that they learned. And I'm still struggling with it after all this time. I'm like, what in the world? Like, how do you guys say this was easy, man? This thing is like, I mean, I can't even go into a circle. For some reason, I can't go into a circle. Like I can only go into a straight line for some, I don't know what I'm doing wrong, but. So it's been weird, and I've been trying it for so long. I see everybody, basically everybody that does a funky chicken, they start going into a circle, right? And I keep thinking, well, what am I don't know what's going on, right? I don't know. Anyway. Let's see. Yesterday my camera looked a little weird. We're going to do a Bible study, by the way. I should have actually done that before I even started talking. I do apologize for that, but I just kind of got on this train of thought. Anyway, we're going to do a Bible study devotional. So if you don't want to listen to the Bible study devotional, just skip the next 40 minutes or so. And then we'll get into BMX riding, right? We're going to try and give the Lord of Lords and King of Kings at least any glory at all, right? And the one thing I do bring up a lot too, right? Because yesterday we went into Matthew 4:19, right, about becoming fishers of men, right? And the other thing is, I hope that I'm not intimidating people with the stream of how I'm doing this, right? Because I don't want people to think, oh, well, you got to do like a long stream or something, which I don't even think the stream's that long, because if you see a lot of other people streaming, they're doing it for like 14 hours a day. Some of them are even doing like 24/7 or something like that. It's ridiculous. But the thing is that I don't want people to think, oh, well, I got to do like this long stream, or I got to do that, or I got to ride a bike. You don't even need to ride a bike to like, proclaim the gospel. It could maybe help, because that's the other thing I think maybe why. Now it sounds weird. I think maybe there's a reason why ultimately that God got me deeper into the flatland realm, because in flatland, like I said in the beginning of the stream, you could basically do it anywhere, right? So it's like you can kind of have fun anywhere, right? And it's like you can kind of, it's like a, and it almost kind of shows like in some weird degree like a strange sense of like, what's weird about riding bikes or like skateboarding or something like that, right? It's like a very, it's one of those things where you can literally go to any state, basically any country, you go to a skate park, right? And you kind of get to see a bit of like a devotional level that people put in their craft, right? Because it's kind of like right there in front of you, right? Like you can kind of tell like if somebody's like kind of really like, like really, like, because they would just be like, they'd be shredding, right? So it's just like there's this sense of like, kind of like realness, right? I don't know, it's kind of strange, but it's like, I think there's maybe that level too. But what I love about the bike, man, is you just meet so many interesting people. It's a good way to observe the cities, to explore. I know how I'm doing it right now. It's quite the opposite, right? It's like we're riding in a garage, right? That's the other thing. I never thought I'd be riding in a garage. I literally grew up learned how to ride my bike out in the front yard. It's ridiculous. I never thought that I'd be sitting here riding in a garage. I just, because I grew up racing. I did all this other riding, right? And then what's so funny now is I'm actually having more fun riding flat than it's like weird. It feels like I'm like relearning how to ride a bike. Like that's what it feels like. It's so crazy. Like very interesting. Anyway, I guess on that note, since we're talking about the bike, we can go deeper into some of the verses that I thought. I guess not only me. There was some commentaries. Maybe we'll just re up on the commentaries. I guess. So when I was actually out in Long Beach, I know I talk about Long Beach a lot, right? But it was a very pivotal moment in my life, and I lived out in Long Beach in my car for 3.5 years. It actually started out with it being like it was gonna be like a 2-week trip, right? I was I was kind of already testing out the car camping, right? I was like, okay, well, I'll just be out there for a couple weeks, right? Well, you know what? I ended up staying out there for 3.5 years, literally living in my car. Like it was crazy because like it even got to the point where actually because like I had my friends are like, oh, bro, you could just sleep on the couch, you could do this, and I'm like, and I did do that, at times, right? But the thing is that I actually did like just sleeping in my car more because it gave you kind of like your own little space, right? Because when you're sleeping on a couch, especially when there's other people around, right? You're like waking up and there's like other people walking around, like making breakfast and all this stuff. It ggets a little weird, right? And you're just like, well, my bad, man. You're just like, So it's like, I guess that's another thing. But yeah. Anyway, I need to check to see if this stream is even working. Wait up here. Hopefully it is because, man, we just went in, man. We just went deep in, kind of, really. Well, I guess we haven't even scratched the surface of the scriptural sense, right? Oh, okay. We got it. We got it working. Okay, what were we going to get into? Oh, yeah, Long Beach. So in Long Beach, I met a lot of people within the bike industry, not only for BMX, but also for like road biking, like I guess like more road biking, mountain biking kind of stuff, right? And it was just kind of strange because at the time, that's where my faith really grew, right? It was just so odd. Like, it sounds weird. It was such a strange moment in my life because it was like God taking everything away from me. Well, not everything away, but it's like he like pruned all this stuff away from me, and I was really really angry. It was just strange to say I was even angry at God, right? But now it's like looking back at it, I'm like, dude, I'm actually really thankful all that stuff happened because it actually got me deeper into the faith, and it kind of showed me kind of things that were really important at the moment. It's like maybe not important, but like it showed me kind of like what you really, I don't know. It was just a strange time, man. It's just, and I think if anybody wants to have a deeper walk in the faith, man, dude, you don't even need to really have a car. You could just go homeless, but just go out. I don't know where you could do it at. I will say that from what I've been told, Long Beach, California is one of the last bastions of kind of like this, kind of like the hippie kind of, like, you kind of just live out there, right? Like in your van or something like that, because when you go out to Huntington and stuff, they'll kick you out. When you go to Seal Beach, they'll kick you out if you're like, even if they see you sleeping in your car or just like living in your car or something out in like the other places out in California, they actually kick you out because some of the cops are very like, it's actually very strange how different certain of the towns are. But then there are other areas where it's totally like flat out like just kind of almost like the Wild West. There's just like they don't know how to keep track of it, right? What's actually very weird is that the homeless crisis is actually very strange. Well, I guess what I noticed in Long Beach is that there's like sometimes so many homeless people, right? And the thing is you can't just put them all in jail, right? Because the jails are already over full, right? It's like you're not going to just put them all in jail, right? So the thing is that I guess they are trespassing sometimes, right, on property. But the thing is they can't really do anything except to go, oh, you got to move. So what ends up happening is these homeless people just start kind of like, they just start kind of like, you know, just they get in one spot, they go to another spot, they go in another spot. But then you got to imagine that this is just all, you know, so it's just everybody just kind of just cycling through these areas, and it's just so weird to see. Very, very mysterious, right? But what I loved about, and I know a lot of people like complain about, oh, well, there shouldn't be homeless people, all this stuff, like, you know, the city's doing a bad job, what's going on, right? The other thing is, it actually kept me really humble, because when I literally remember times where I was just pissed off at life when I was in Long Beach. I was like, why isn't this happening? What is going on? Like, God, why are you making me do this? Like, why I should be like, I was literally wanting to be like at a triple A like job kind of thing, right? Like a totally opposite, almost like suit and tie kind of, well, maybe not that in that sense, but like, you know, kind of like a different aspect of life that I thought was what I needed right at the moment. And I guess God made me go through the opposite thing, which is completely bizarre, right? But through that, you know, what was very interesting is that just remembering, man, just how like envious and covetous I was, and just like how angry I was too. And it was so weird because then being around actual homeless people, right? And just observing them, man, and seeing how some of them some of them even just have the clothes on their back, man. Can you just imagine that, man? Just like you not having anything. And imagine you being content with that. Can you be content not having anything? Right? It's such a hard thing to do, especially when you're so used to having a lot of stuff, right? And it's a very like, it's an eye-opening, and it's a very like, just such a mysterious thing, man. And it's just, and I will always remember now, man. Every time I get angry, dude. Every time I get angry, or I start being envious, or I start coveting a lot, right? So I try to remember. I don't remember it all the time, right? It's because sometimes you can get caught up with things. But, you know, I always just remember, man, just like I remember just being so pissed off, man. And then I just see a homeless person without anything, just trying to live, right? And I'm just like, bro, like how could I even be like that when this person out there doesn't have anything, right? It's like, and the thing is that, I mean, I said this earlier in the week, but you know, sometimes we live in areas where there isn't very many homeless people, right? Like even the area I'm in now, it's like suburbia, right? There really isn't that many homeless people at all. I go through weeks now without even seeing a homeless person. It's kind of ridiculous now, right? And the thing is that I've gotten caught up within my own thoughts, because when you're not surrounded kind of by that stuff, you kind of, what's that thing? There's this pastor saying something like keeping up with the Joneses, right? And sometimes when you're surrounded, so I remember there's this thing in the Life Application Bible, and it said, what did it say? It said, those who you surround yourself with, you end up starting to become like, right? Something like that. Even unintentionally, even just subtly, you start, you know, gaining some sort of influence about, you know, who you're surrounded by in some degree. And the thing is that sometimes we forget, right? Because, like, you know, on the internet, where, like, if you don't want to see something, you can just exit out of it. I think if most people, okay, so if you take most people that aren't, like that have lived in maybe, like, a super, like, wealthy area, and then you place them out in, like, some parts of Long Beach, right? Or some parts of LA, where there's just a bunch of homes, they're going to go crazy, or they're going to be like, exit out. If it was on the internet, right? They'd be like, I don't want to see this, I don't want to see that, I don't want to see this, exit out of that window, exit out, exit out, exit out. But then sometimes when you're confronted in reality where you can't exit out of that stuff, it makes you see it, right? And then, like, sometimes, like, that is just and that's the weird thing too. And the thing is that I did grow up in the faith, right? And I went to, like, church, I went to Bible camp and stuff like that. And all when I was really young, right? But I didn't really believe, right? I didn't really believe for the longest time, actually. It was only up until basically kind of like when I moved out to Long Beach that I really, because it was weird because a lot of it was kind of just like reading it, right? And just kind of reading these stories over the years and then hearing the pastors over the years, right? But then what was weird, man, is going out to Long Beach because it was like all these stories that we have read, it's like boom, like it's almost like there were times when I was reading the Bible, man, out in when I literally reread the entire Life Application Bible in Long Beach, right? And it was crazy because like it was like those stories were literally like coming to life, like in person, like right in front of you, and it was just such a, and then like it was so weird because like I met so many like zealous, like I'm talking about like zeal, like fervent, like believers out there, like just full on, like for the faith, man, just full, and it was just so gnarly to see, and for me personally, I couldn't help but just be like, wow, man, I've never seen this. I've, because most believers that I've met, even like in some areas, right, it's kind of more of like a kind of like, I kind of don't want to. They're very like they don't want to share things, right? They don't want to like they kind of want to hide away or something like that. 'Cause I understand why, because you don't want to say something that's wrong, or you don't want to seem like you're messing up in any degree, right? But the thing is, man, like it's just like, oh, it's just such a trip, dude. It's so weird even to think about. I mean, I'm just tripped out even thinking about all the stuff that has happened, man. Yeah, it was a very interesting thing. Anyway, oh yeah, what I was getting at, man. When I think about Long Beach, I just think about so many things, man. But yeah, when I was rereading Revelations, right? There was a point where in Revelations that I got into, and it was what was it called? Revelation 6:5-6. It's about the Black Horseman. I brought this up many times on the stream, but I just like to think, since we started off the stream with the bike, I think some people might think, well, why am I riding my bike so much, right? Well, one of the other reasons, so it sounds completely weird, right? Because I used to be really into drawing. Actually, I wanted to actually be an illustrator more than I actually wanted to be to just ride my bike, right? That was my end all be all goal, and I was spending like 10 hours a day just drawing, bro. I was like doing commissions, I was doing all this crazy stuff. And now I look back and I'm like, man, that's almost kind of like a waste of time for me. I mean, I don't know, I was making a little bit of money, but it was still like kind of like, I feel like I wasted a lot of time. Well, because also what ended up happening in Long Beach is I had basically my entire I had a chrome messenger bag. I even have like videos and pictures of me wearing this chrome red messenger bag I got in San Francisco way back when I was working in Woodward. And I just love that thing, man. I loved it. Well, what ended up happening is it got stolen in Long Beach, right? And what's the most bizarre thing about it, right? They stole like everything from me, but yet they didn't steal my bike. Like it's just like I'm just like, and the weird thing was, man, is that if you live in Long Beach, right, it is a notorious like bike theft. Like you go in there, you start living there, you're like, bro, dude, your bike's gonna get stolen, right? It's like that's kind of like the vibe, right? And it was just so weird because it was like the total opposite. It was like I had my bike didn't get stolen, and like I got everything else stolen. It was just so odd. I was like, what in the world? Like why? Like all my traditional art, all my old drawings. If you go on my Instagram, all those drawings right there that were on paper literally got stolen from me, and all this stuff, like all my whole portfolio and stuff. And it was the most devastating time in my entire life, honestly. But the thing is that from that, it kind of, what was also weird is that I met this mysterious believer, and he taught me kind of a new way to draw. And it's if I didn't have all that stuff taken away from me, I probably never would have gotten into it. But anyway, yeah, so that kind of put me on this strange path of getting super deep into the bike, right? And then I met this. There was this because I used to basically live in like Starbucks and Barnes and Noble and stuff, right? And there's this old dude, and he was telling me like, hey man, because he saw me like drawing a lot. Pretty sure we were talking about God and stuff too, like that, right? And I don't know if he just thought about his own life or something like that, but he told me just flat out, he's like, you know, you're always going to be able to draw when you're older, and you're not always going to be able to ride your bike. And I'm like, dude, what are you talking about, old man? Like, what are you get out of here, right? I was like kind of like that, right? And the thing is that his words didn't hit until later on. I'm like, dude, you know what? And I started thinking about like all these older illustrators, you know, like John William Waterhouse, like Mobius, Alphonse Mucha, you know, all these old illustrators and painters and drawers that literally drew and stuff until, like, you know, you could literally, as long as you can hold a pencil right like this. How much does this weigh? This weighs probably like a couple, like 1 ounce or something like that. As long as you can hold this, you can draw something, right? And the thing is that, like, you know, you're not always going to be able to, I guess, ride a bike, right? And that's the thing is, I still even remember those words, man. And then it was just so weird because at that turbulent moment, all my stuff got taken. Maybe that's what I was talking about, right? Maybe I think that's why I started talking about that, because I brought up that thing that I just talked about with my stuff getting stolen, right? And then he said that to me, and I'm like, huh, well, maybe that's how that conversation started. And it really changed me. I was like, what in the world, man? I guess you are kind of right. Like, I guess I won't always be able to ride my bike, right? But I'm always probably going to be able to draw, right? So and then basically after that, I was like basically full on. I was just been trying to like use my body up. And one of the goals I have like every week, right? Now I know there's some controversies saying, well, Saturday is the Sabbath or Sunday is the Sabbath, you know. From what one pastor said, within our modern society, you just set aside one day of the week, right? Because sometimes you have to work on Saturday and Sunday, right? Sometimes you have to work on those days. So you're going to have to make another. I mean, ultimately, I think it would be good to set aside a specific day, but sometimes modern society doesn't allot us for that, right? So the thing is that one pastor said, well, it's just one day, man. You just take one day and you rest. And then basically I heard some other pastors say, where I read up something, saying that we should be like striving through the week to literally have where we need a day of rest. Like, it's not just like one day where you're just like, oh, okay, I could take a break. It's like, if we can go through the week and just be like, bro, I need this day because I'm so tired, right? It's like, that is kind of like something I read, or some pastors talking about it like that, but I thought it was interesting. And so sometimes that's kind of one of my other goals too, is to, so when the Sabbath day does come, whatever day you think it is, right? I don't want to go into that because there's a lot of controversy, but whatever day you think it is, you know, just try and be tired, right? Try and need that rest day, right? Because then it's kind of like a, you know, I don't know, something like that. So you could go and look up sermons and stuff like on that stuff, but there's a lot of them. But anyway, going into the bike, right? Because of all this stuff that happened, right? And as I was rereading the Bible, right? I was reading Revelations over, and I got to chapter 6, right? And I guess we could read it right here, but it was chapter 6, and I'll just get to the specific verses at the moment, and it's just I'll read them right here. Okay, so chapter 6 of Revelations 5 through 6. When he opened the third seal, I heard the third living creature say, "Come." And I looked, and behold, a black horse, and its rider had a pair of scales in his hand. And I heard what seemed to be a voice in the midst of the four living creatures saying, "A quart of wheat for a denarius, and 3 quarts of barley for a denarius, and do not harm the oil and the wine." Right? And it's kind of odd because it kind of just seems like I'm just repeating myself, but oh well, maybe somebody hasn't heard this, right? Well, it's weird because if you look up the Black Horseman, right? The Black Horseman represents famine, and famine is kind of like a lacking of food in the land, right? It's a scarcity of food, right? Being produced or something like that, and people are basically starving, right? And then it was Revelation 6:6 actually that it was the weirdest one because it's such a strange one, right? And I heard what seemed to be a voice in the midst of the four living creatures saying, "A quart of wheat for a denarius, and 3 quarts of barley for a denarius, and do not harm the oil and the wine." You know what was weird is because then at the time I was getting really deeper into the bike, right? So I started looking up like things like, bike on climate, or bike and oil, and then I ended up getting into like a whole section of what happened, the documentaries on oil, right? If you look up on YouTube right now, documentaries, what happens if oil runs out, right? Basically every single documentary you're gonna watch, it always brings up food. That is one of the big staple things about oil, is because we use oil not only to harvest the crops and plant the crops, but we also use the oil to transport that food to cities, right? Literally, there are cities right now in the world that if we didn't have oil, those cities wouldn't even be alive, because they couldn't produce enough to sustain that the sort of population that they have over in those cities, right? And then it's weird because I'm just like, wait a minute, and I started thinking about it. I'm like, the Black Horseman, wait a minute, that's strange, right? What is he even talking about, right? And he's basically saying, like, it's so weird, and the whole weird thing about the whole quart of wheat for dinars and stuff like that, he's basically saying food is going to become scarce, right? And it's so weird. How odd do you think it is that all these oil documentaries, like if oil runs out and stuff, and how they talk about food, right? And it was just like the strange like thing of like, and it's weird because if you look this verse up, you're not going to find many things. If you look it up on Google, I've looked it up already. Some people say, oh, well, the oil meant anointing oil or olive oil. But the thing is even in the KJV, it says oil. It's not like anointing oil or olive oil. You think that they would write that in there, right? No, it says oil, O-I-L, right? It also says and wine. That one's actually been a strange one for me to think, and I think maybe in the future or something, right? Now take my word grain of salt. Maybe in the future, like, there will come a time where, because sometimes alcohol, I don't know how much grain and grapes are produced that are needed to produce alcohol, right? But maybe I was thinking, well, why do you not want to harm the oil and the wine, right? Well, I was thinking, well, maybe not the wine is because maybe that those grapes or whatever thing is making the alcohol, maybe there's going to come a time where people are actually going to need food more than alcohol, right? I don't know. Something like that, right? And then, okay, so then the other trippy verse was that we go into like later, let's see, like it was like 4 chapters later, and it goes into, where is it? Oh yeah. Where is it? It's Revelation 16:8. The 4th angel poured out his bowl on the sun, and it was allowed to scorch people with fire. This is 10 chapters later, right? So the weird thing is how crazy would it be is if God pre-warned us, right? If we think that this is the word of God, right? These books, I know there's many different translations, right? You can look it up, but ultimately I think anybody could look up the verses, right? But if we ultimately think that this is the word of God, right? It's so weird to me thinking that if this is the word of God and it's written right here that Black Horseman has already warned us not to damage the oil, right? Not to harm the oil. And we're kind of just like, oh, well, we can do the oil. It ain't going to do anything, right? And then it's kind of strange. It's 10 chapters later. It says, the 4th angel poured out his bowl on the sun and was allowed to scorch people with fire, right? And the weird thing is, I don't know if... I've been told that, now this is controversial, but I do believe in, like, the climate change stuff, right? And I think what's odd is that when I hear people say it's not real or something like that, right? Especially if they're a believer. And I go, well, what do you think about this verse, right? What do you think about in Revelation 16:8, right? And what's weird is, I mean, I shouldn't even be laughing, right? It's just, I find it a little strange when I encounter a believer and they go, oh, climate change is fake, that's just not going to happen, all that stuff, and I go, well, don't you read the scriptures, right? Don't you know? Like, I don't know. So I mean, it's kind of forewarned that this is going to happen, right? I don't know. Maybe. Take my word for grain of salt. I don't know. See. So, like, in another translation, it says, in the NIV, it says, the fourth angel poured out his bowl on the sun, and it was allowed to scorch people with fire. So let's see. Let's look up the commentary on this one, because there's actually a good commentary on Bible Ref. I'm pretty sure. I've already read this one, but we're gonna reread it over. So if you look up Revelation 16:8 commentary, it's on Bible Ref. This is the commentary that we're reading today. And I don't really know who writes these commentaries, but it is the first one that comes up. So, right. And we'll just read it. I just kind of want to read it again. What does Revelation 16:8 mean? The fourth angel pours his bowl onto the sun, with the result that the sun's temperature becomes so high that the sun's rays scorch people. There is an area in California in the United States with such high temperatures that it is called Death Valley. It's not uncommon for sunlit rocks and paved surfaces around the world to become hot enough to cause serious burns. But when the fourth angel delivers his bowl judgment, striking the sun, temperatures everywhere on earth may far exceed those in Death Valley. This verse uses the Greek root word didomai, which implies something that is allowed or granted. This might mean that the sun itself is not going to be changed so much as earth will be more susceptible to it. In other words, this bold judgment might mean something previously restraining the sun's potency, such as an ozone layer, will be crippled, allowing the sun to scorch the earth. Looking at all these environmental judgments together, one can see how they can combine to create extreme conditions. Death and decay from earlier judgments can interfere with Earth's natural defenses against solar radiation and temperature change. Now, see, it's kind of weird now that I reread this one. Death and decay, it's kind of weird that he says death and decay from earlier judgments can interfere with Earth's natural defenses against solar radiation. So it's kind of weird because decay, right? Because what is oil, right? Oil is just stuff that is like decayed matter, right? And it's weird because 10 verses earlier, the Black Horseman has already warned us we're not to damage the oil, right? I don't know. Take it with a grain of salt, right? But that's why, sometimes I like to think maybe that's why God is kind of like, I don't know, pushing the bike more or something like that, right? In this judgment, back to the commentary, in this judgment, life-threatening sunburn and perhaps skin cancer may become common. What's described here might be thought of as an extreme form of global warming. Glaciers may melt and become raging floods. Drought and heat may contribute to crop loss, causing further famine and starvation. Look at that. The word uses the word famine. Who does the Black Horseman represent? Represents famine. Grasslands would become deserts. Wildfires would rage out of control. Pushed too hard, air conditioners and other machines would break down, causing massive deaths from heat exhaustion and sunstroke. As a worldwide problem, even believers will suffer from the furnace-like heat of the sun. Revelation 7:16 holds God's promise that the believers that come out of the Great Tribulation will never experience the sun's scorching heat again. So yeah, that was a Bible study day. Just a good re-up. And I mean, I don't know, like, that's the weird thing. It's like, the weird thing is that, what do people think about the four horsemen, right? Are they evil? Are they bad? Well, of course, the death one is evil because Hades is riding behind him, right? But why does the Lamb open the seals and allow the four horsemen to do? Let's look that up now. Now I'm curious. Why does the Lamb? Why do the seals get open for the four horsemen? Why do the seals get open for the four horsemen? this doesn't bring me. Okay, we'll read, who are the four horsemen of the apocalypse? The four horsemen of the apocalypse, this is on Got Questions, Bible commentary. The four horsemen of the apocalypse, or the four horsemen, are described in Revelation 6, chapters 1 through 8. The four horsemen are symbolic depictions of different events that will take place in the end times. As an example of the Bible's influence on culture at large, the four horsemen of the apocalypse have been referenced many times in literature, paintings, movies, and other media, often a portent of an imminent cataclysm or the means by which a disaster comes to pass. The four horsemen correspond with the first four seals opened by the Lamb as he opens the scroll of judgment in heaven. See Revelations 5. When the Lamb opens the first seal, one of the living creatures before the heavenly throne says to John in a voice like thunder, "Come." Revelation 6:1, John then records what he sees. I looked, then before me was a white horse. Its rider held a bow, and it was given a crown, and he rode out as a conqueror bent on conquest. Revelation 6:2. The first horseman likely refers to the Antichrist. He is the false imitator of the true Christ, who is also associated with the white horse. Revelations 19:11 through 16. At the beginning of the tribulation, the Antichrist will be given authority, a crown, and he will wage war, a bow, conquering all who oppose him. The description agrees with the Daniel's vision of the little horn that rises to power and is bent on conquest. This horn was waging war against the holy people and defeating them. Daniel 7:21 and Revelations 13:7. When the Lamb opens the second seal, the second living creature says, "Come." Revelation 6:3. John looks and dutifully records what he sees. Then another horse came out, a fiery red one. Its rider was given power to take peace from the earth and to make men slay each other. To him was given a large sword. Revelations 6:4. The second horseman refers to terrible warfare that will break out in the end times. These wars will include the Antichrist's rise to power, which requires the downfall of three other kings. The Lamb opens the third seal, and the third living creature invites John to come. Revelation 6:5. The third horseman then appears. There before me was a black horse. Its rider was holding a pair of scales in his hand. Then I heard what sounded like a voice among the four living creatures saying, "A quart of wheat for a day's wages, and 3 quarts of barley for a day's wages, and do not damage the oil and the wine." The third horseman of the apocalypse portrays a great famine that will take place. Food is scarce, and prices are inflated beyond reason. The command to spare the oil and the wine seems to signify the luxuries of oil and wine will still be available during the famine, but the staples will not. It's kind of weird that he doesn't go deeper into that, right? I guess that's what we kind of did, right? We went deeper into that. We only wrote one sentence of that. Anyway. When the Lamb breaks open the fourth seal, the fourth living creature says, "Come." Revelation 6:7. John says, "I looked, and there before me was a pale horse. Its rider was named Death, and Hades was following close behind him. They were given power over 1/4 of the earth to kill by sword, famine, and plague, and by the wild beasts of the earth." Revelation 6:8. It's kind of weird how it says, "by the wild beasts of the earth," right? Sometimes I wonder, that's very odd, right? And by the wild beasts of the earth. Maybe what will happen is some, like viruses and plagues and stuff. What if the viruses and plagues just go into animals, and then the people, and then the animals, and then the people, and just start mutating and mutating and mutating? That's gonna be gnarly. That's what I may be thinking, because I don't see how would the beasts of the earth kill people? It's not like there's going to be a bunch of lions. I don't know. I don't see how that would happen unless maybe some sort of a cross virus contamination mutation thing or something like that. Revelation 6:8, the fourth horseman of the apocalypse, is symbolic of death and devastation. The horse's pale color in the original language is literally pale green or yellowish green. denotes sickliness and bilelessness. The fourth horseman of the apocalypse will bring further warfare and terrible famines along with awful plagues, diseases, and attacks by wild animals. A fourth of the world's population will die. What is most amazing or perhaps terrifying is that the four horsemen of the apocalypse are just precursors of even worse judgments that come later in the tribulation. Revelation chapter 8 through 9 and 16, for all the horror brought by the four horsemen, there is much more to come. I'm going to go into why does he open the seals? Why do the seals get open? Why do the seals get open? Revelations. Because you think, don't you think like you kind of wouldn't want the four horsemen out in the world, right? I guess maybe we're going to have to just do a full in-depth study of Revelation, right? Because I guess what? I guess the the seals get open because what? It's the judgment on the earth, right? It's the, right? Is that why the seals get open? Okay, many scholars, let's see, what does this say? Throughout the book, okay, so this is on crosswalk.com. I don't know who writes this stuff, but we'll read it. Throughout the book of Revelation, we see pictures of God pouring out judgment upon the earth. These judgments are not random, but very specific and are related to 7 seals, 7 trumpets, and 7 bowls. With the pronouncement of judgment, there seems to be an increase in intensity and severity. This article will explore the 7 seals, more specifically the 7th seal, while considering the question, why is the 7th seal opened in end times? The goal is to help you understand more about these seals and to encourage you because truly our day of redemption is drawing nigh. Okay, I'm just seeing if anybody wrote anything down. A quick caveat. When it comes to Bible prophecy, you will often find many different thoughts and opinions. We all seem to agree on how it all ends, but there tends to be some disagreement on how we arrive there. With that in mind, let's begin to look at our 7 seals. And that's the other thing. You have to take what my words are going to insult, right? I could be totally wrong about the whole Black Horseman thing. But I know it sounds weird, but if there's any sort of like, I don't even consider that a prophecy because it's already written, right? That wouldn't even be considered a prophecy, right? Because it's already written. Like the Black Horseman already tells us, do not damage the oil. So it's like, I'm not really like prophesying like something's going to happen. It's literally written right there, right? It's written right before everybody, right? So, I wouldn't say that's a prophecy, but if I don't know. It says it's going to occur already, so I don't think that would... Is that what a prophecy is? It's something that is not written in there that's going to come to pass? I don't know. What are the 7 seals? In Revelation 5, John describes a scroll. Okay, well, I'm just reading. We're just rereading the entire thing that we just basically read with the other one. Okay, let's just kind of scroll down. Let's see here. When each seal is broken and new judgment is poured out on earth, many scholars believe that the opening of the first seal represents the beginning of the tribulation. You can read in detail each of the judgments in Revelation 6. What you will discover, however, is that while there are 7 seals, initially only the first 6 are opened. See, what I don't understand is, do you think, I don't know, it's like, I guess it's already written that this stuff's going to happen, right? But sometimes I wonder, like, why, maybe, I don't know. It's like you kind of think that you wouldn't want this stuff to happen on Earth, right? So, but the thing is, I guess maybe so many people will maybe be against God or something like that, some crazy stuff's about to happen, right? Maybe that's ultimately what's going to happen or something. I don't really know. We're going to have to do another study deeper into it. It seems like those commentaries aren't really going into it. Revelation's a very, very strange book. Anyway, I guess that's the Bible study for today. Revelations chapter 6, 5 through 6, and chapter 16, 8. I think those two kind of go hand in hand. It's just strange, right? It's just weird, right? So if the Black Horseman... Okay, so what do you think about this? If the Black Horseman is basically... Let me read it again. The Black Horseman is telling us to not damage the oil and the wine. And I heard what seemed to be a voice in the midst of the four living creatures. Oh, wait a minute. Huh. The four living creatures. That's, isn't there something in Ezekiel about the four living creatures? Or is that just the four horsemen? What do you guys think about that? Is this, when he says, and I heard what seemed to be a voice in the midst of the four living... Oh, dude, I think I figured something out. The four living creatures, Ezekiel. Okay, yeah, this is... Because we did a study on this last week. Ezekiel's four living creature. Each of Ezekiel's cherubim have four faces. That of a man, a lion, an ox, and eagle. However, the fact that they manifest in human form sets them apart from the griffin-like cherubs. Bro, dude, there's something... Dude, that's so really, really strange. Because we did that Bible study on the four living creatures and the wheels, right? Okay, let's go on Got Questions. What were the wheels in Ezekiel 1? Ezekiel's vision of the four wheels dramatically illustrates the omnipresence and omniscience of God. These wheels were associated with four living creatures. Bro, this is so... Dude, this is... I'm not even lying. This is the first time I've ever thought... I've, looked at this verse so many times, man. So many times, and this is the first time I kind of looked, because the only reason why I figured this one out is because we did a Bible study last week on the four living creatures. But what I'm a little confused is the four living creatures mentioned in chapter 6 just the four horsemen, or the four living creatures the ones mentioned in Ezekiel? I don't know, so we're gonna read it. Four living creatures, Ezekiel 1:4, who were later described, Ezekiel 10:5 and 20, as cherubim, angelic beings appointed as guardians of the holiness of God. Each wheel was actually two in one, with one apparently set inside the other of the right angles, which enables the living creatures to move in any direction, instantly without having to turn, like a flashing of lightning. These wheels had the appearance of chrysolite, which may have been a topaz or semi-precious stone. The outer rim of the wheels was described as high and awesome, with the outer edge inset with eyes. Bro. If I get a signature... Dude, if there was a signature prompt I would want... You know what would be really cool is they should make some Ezekiel rims. If you out there, any bike manufacturers out there, you guys should make some Ezekiel rims, and you can put stickers or something and have eyes on the rims. That would be hilarious. I guess that wouldn't be hilarious. I think that would just be cool either way, right? Just eyeballs right on this inside part of that inside rim part. That'd be really funny. That'd be really interesting, right? Okay, let's see here. The spirit of the living creatures was in the wheels. What in the world? Let me read that again. The spirit of the living creatures was in the wheels. What does that mean? Ezekiel 1:20 through 21. As a result, the creatures were able to move in any direction the wheels moved. Most biblical scholars hold to the idea that the Spirit of God gave direction to the wheels through direct knowledge of and access to the will of God. The mobility of the wheel suggests the omnipresence of God, his eyes, his omniscience, and a elevated position, his omnipotency. This vision appeared to Ezekiel as a powerful imagery of movement and action, demonstrating the characteristics of God's divine nature. It presented God as being on chariot-like throne, his glory both supreme and immanent, existing in and extending into all the created universe. As such, the whole revelation by God in this vision to Ezekiel, i.e., the cherubim, the chariot, the wheels, or the spirit and the wheels, emphasized their unity and coordination. As terrifying as this vision was, it vividly displayed the majesty and glory of God. Ezekiel 1:28, who came to Ezekiel and the children of Israel in the midst of the Babylonian exile. It reminded them of his holiness and power as the Lord of all creation. The message was clear. Though his people were in exile and their nation was about to be destroyed, God was still on the throne and able to handle every situation. The lesson for us today is that through his marvelous providence, God moves in the affairs of all nations to work out his Let me read that again. The lesson for us today is that through his marvelous providence, God moves in the affairs of all nations to work out his own unseen plan, always at work, intricately designed, never wrong and never late. Romans 8:28. Now, if there's anything that got to me on this one, was the spirit of the living creatures was in the wheels. Man, that's really weird. It's so weird, man. Maybe it's just weird to me, but that's just so weird, dude. When he opened the third seal, I heard the third living creature, so the third one, say, "Come." So the third living creature, summons the black horseman, right? When he opened the third seal, I heard the third living creature say, "Come." And I looked, and behold, a black horse, and its rider had a pair of scales in his hand. And I heard what seemed to be a voice in the midst of the four. It's so crazy because it's such a simple word. The four living creatures, right? But if you read Ezekiel 1, like we just kind of did, we did an overview on God questions, right? But if you look into the four living creatures, so if we think about the word, the four living creatures, those things are ridiculous looking. They have wings, they have eyes everywhere on the wings and their bodies. They have wheels or something, some sort of strange wheels, and then they have one face of a man, another of an ox, another of a lion, and another of an eagle. They have these four living creatures have four faces, each on one side, and then they have like four sets of wings, and then so in the midst of four of those things, in the midst of those, they say, and I heard what seemed to be a voice in the midst of the four living creatures saying, "A quart of wheat for a denarius and 3 quarts of barley for a denarius, and do not harm the oil and the wine." Oh, weird. So I've actually misread this. I thought this was the black horseman that said this. No, this is the four living creatures that are surrounding God's throne that says this. So these creatures that are literally, I think, the closest thing to God's throne is basically telling the world not to damage the oil and the wine. Isn't that so weird? Man, it's just so bizarre, man. I mean, I don't know. Am I making sense, or is that just, am I getting something wrong, or if I'm getting something wrong, anybody should please tell me when I'm getting wrong, because, like, does that not trip everybody out? Like, that is just, like, Am I the only one tripped out about this? Like, basically, the creatures that are closest to God's throne is telling everybody on the world, do not damage the oil, right? And the wine. So, I don't know. Anyway, that was weird. Man. I was like, because I've literally done a Bible study on this thing right here that I've done like 4 or 5 times, I think. Maybe 3 times on the stream. But today, like, we have uncovered something so gnarly that it was like, I always thought it was the Black Horseman. Always thought the 4 living creatures was just the Black Horseman, right? Or not I thought the 4 living creatures was the 4 horsemen talking about it. But then we did a study on the 4 living creatures in Ezekiel, and they're actually something different. They're like cherubim or something, like sort of something close to God's throne or something. It's so odd, man. Man, it trips me out. It's so weird because, like, we've read the commentaries on these verses too, and they don't really mention that. So it's kind of weird, right? It's just so weird. Like, I wonder why they don't mention it. It's like, it's so, it puts in a totally, I'm viewing that so differently now, right? Because it's so weird, because it's just such a simple word, right? The 4 living creatures, right? But these things are so gnarly, dude. They're like, I think, the closest thing to God's throne, literally. And they're telling us, through God's word, to the people of the world right now, to not damage the oil. So I don't know. Take it as you will, but maybe that's the reason why. I mean, I honestly think it sounds ridiculous, right? But I think that's why God has me on this bike right now. Because, like, it sounds weird, right? We're just trying to, like, promote it or something. I don't know. Who knows? I have met a lot of mysterious believers that ride bikes, I will say that. And skateboards. And scooters. Scooters, skateboards, bikes. What's the commonality? They all have wheels. Where is the 4 living spirits? Where is the spirit of the 4 living creatures? The wheels. Oh my goodness, man. This is crazy. People probably think I'm just crazy, huh? Oh well. I don't know. That's what I got out of it today. I think it's cool, so it keeps me inspired to keep going, right? Because sometimes I feel very weird doing this. You know what? This one kept me inspired. I'm gonna be like, yes, let's keep trudging forward, even if it seems like it's not working. Just keep trying to follow God, follow the Lord Jesus Christ, the King of Kings and Lord of Lords, because He is ultimately the way, the truth, and the life. I really want to shuffle this up. I just want to see. I want to see, like, what is really gonna get drawn out today. Now, let me just kind of cut these up. So yeah, I mean, I guess I could show you how I'm shuffling. It's a pretty good shuffle. See, like, because they have these dragon shields. These are called dragon shields. And so I take this one at the bottom. I shove this one right in the middle, right? Boom, like that. And then I take it from the middle, like that. And then I shove that one right in the middle again. You could just keep doing that, right? And then taking it on the outside. And then even what you can do is, like, just split that one, put that one up there, split that one, put that one at the bottom, split that one, put that one at the top, and then just take it again and then split it right in the middle, and then again, and then one in the middle and on the outside, right? Boom. That should be a good shovel right there, so just cut it, boom. So if you're out there, just make some Ezekiel wheels. It'd be cool if there was like a Bible verse of it, or just like in remembrance of Ezekiel, Ezekiel rims or something, or Ezekiel wheels. That would be awesome, man. I'd love to see that, man. I wonder if there's actually. Let's look if there's actually a bike part. Ezekiel rim spike. Oh, There's a bike store called Ezekiel Wheels. Now that's funny. Ezekiel Wheels. Oh, I think they have a commercial. Where is it? I thought it was a commercial. I guess not. Man, where is it? It took me out of this. I guess there's a bike shop called Ezekiel Wheels, so that's cool. Oh yeah, I just cut it. Let's cut it again. Boom. So these cards at the top are going to be the ones that we draw. Okay, let's put this light on. Let me chug this coffee. And we're going to see what kind of art we get out of this. That was a trip, huh? Okay. First card of the day. So curious, what will it be? Holy Strength. Holy Strength. Second card of the day. Ooh. I haven't drawn this card in a long time. Celestial Ancients. This is the flavor text on this card. I gotta turn and read it. We thought the clouds had moved from the night sky. Then the night sky moved, and the horizon grew wings. Bro, you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of the Four Living Creatures. Man, that thing was crazy, bro. Bro, dude, this actually kind of, no, I guess not really, because the Four Living Creatures have different faces and stuff. But it is kind of made me remind me of it. Planes. Rafiq of the Many. I like the line in the background. Reminds me of Proverbs 28:1. This is his flavor text on this card. Many sigils, one purpose. 5 planes, another planes. 6. Ooh, Elspeth, Knight Errant. I've drawn this card in a long time. I think this card might be kind of good. I don't know. Elspeth, Knight Errant. I'm pretty sure it's a pretty gnarly card. Seven. Master Transmuter. I like the art on this card. I mean the flavor text on this card. Flavor text on this card says, wasted potential surrounds us. Lend me that bauble and let me see what it can be made to be. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Last card of the day. What will it be? I'm so curious. It's like every time I do this, I just love the aspect of you not knowing what those cards are going to be, right? And but I do know all of them are very just have cool art on them. So I'm just like, what is it going to be? I don't know. Huh. Oh, weird. Come on. Selfless Exorcist. Bro, you know what's weird about this card? It looks like that's an oil monster. Oil monster. Oil monster. And that was the hand for today. Put up Celestial Ancient. Okay, I need to take a little break. Really move this to one little side. There we go. I'll be right back. And that was the Bible study for today. Or I guess that was a card draw, but we're done with the Bible study today. Just gotta put on that armor. Let's put on the armor! Actually, no, we gotta do knee stretches. Gotta do the knee stretches. And I'm wondering, like, I feel like I have one more good injury. Not good, actually, bad injury on this knee, and I'm gonna have to get surgery. But it hasn't happened yet, though. I thought it happened a couple weeks ago, but I don't know, man. It's so crazy. Like, some doctors said I was supposed to get surgery to replace this ACL. Some people said, some of the physical therapists and doctors said that I shouldn't do it. At least we're still riding, that's what matters, right? It just sucks because I just feel like I can't like go all out, right? Well, I can like kind of do it flatland, right? I can kind of go all out flatland, but like I'm talking about like I want to freaking blast, man. I want to like freaking air out like 20 feet up in the air, right? Even though I've never gone that high, but I loved. I just feel like I can't. I feel like I can't really like send it anymore, and it just sucks. I mean, I guess it doesn't suck because I still ride my bike, but. Oh well, I guess we're just gonna have to go full tech mode. Just full tech. Just tech as possible, right? Until I have a bad crash and then I have to get surgery or something. But maybe it might not ever happen. That's what I'd like to think. I'd like to think that I'm never gonna have to need surgery, but. Bro, this is a pivotal Bible study one for me, man. I feel like today's Bible study was very, like, just smooth sailing. Not smooth sailing. It's probably because I've already talked about it, like, many, many times. Except for the other stuff that we found out towards the end. So I think what I'm going to do to like maybe make the stream a little bit less monotonous is I'm going to switch out the tricks that I'm doing or I'm trying to learn, right? Because you know like how I was doing like that same line over and over and over again for 5 days straight? I think I'm going to kind of go more like doing like 3 attempts, maybe let's do 4 attempts, right? We'll do 4 attempts in honor of the 4 living creatures, right? We'll do 4 attempts maybe, and then if I don't land it in the 4 attempts, I'm just going to move on to something else I'm working on, right? 4 attempts, if we don't get, maybe if I do 4 attempts and I get 1 close one, we might get 4 other attempts. But then, if I just don't get close on any of the 4 attempts, I'm going to just keep switching it over into something else I'm working on. And we're going to just keep switching it out. So it's not as like me doing the same thing over and over and over again. Because that's kind of how I normally ride, right? Especially if I'm trying to tackle a problem. I want to just kind of just keep doing the same thing over and over and over again. But I feel like it's just pretty boring for people to watch that. So we're going to change it up. I don't know. Maybe people do like it. I don't really know. But so there's some things I've been working on. We're going to work on the fire hydrant to stick bee, and then stick bee to dump truck upside down tail whip to dump truck stick bee, and funky chickens, and swivels to backyards, and maybe that booboka thing, and then go in a circle and do a booboka again. Put some music on. Actually, no, let me just check my PSI. Okie dokie, what are we going to do? We're going to start off with a warm-up. 3 attempts at a triple fire hydrant. Or quad fire hydrant, if I get close. 3 attempts and we'll move on. Or 4 attempts. 4 attempts for the spirit of the living creatures. I missed my foot. 3. people get good at that trick, man. I feel like my bike geometry is to be blamed, maybe. Because literally people are doing it like, I've seen somebody do like 20 of them in a row. I can't even do 3. I struggle with 3 and 4. And there's people that can do like 20 of them. So I don't understand like what I'm doing wrong. And it seems like there's a variable of people that do a lot of these things. They have a flatland front bike. They have flatland frame, flatland forks, flatland bars, flatland stem. I mean, maybe if I had that, would it make it easier? I don't know. Because I basically learned them on this bike. Put some music on. No, I was familiar now. What we're gonna work on? Stick beat dump truck, drop down. Last attempt. Oh! Swivel in the backyard. 4 attempts. Come on. That was two more attempts. One more attempt. I'm not good at that trick. some chickens? Ah! Last attempt. Oh wait, let's do it over here. 'Cause then I think I might be able to carve it. I'm not good at those. Oh yeah, that's also what I was trying. I was gonna do, oh, I might need my other seat to do that. Whiplash to elbow glide. I guess maybe not. To fire hydrant. Oh, bro, that would be a crazy combo. I didn't do this. I just thought of a deep combo. We're gonna try whiplash, elbow. I guess it's not even an elbow glide, it's an elbow stall. Whiplash, elbow, I guess elbow glide. Whiplash, elbow glide to fire hydrant. 4 attempts. And that. I've never seen anybody do that one. Oh. It's like I feel like I need more room because I'm like going so slow, you know? Dude, that would be crazy. What about whiplash? Whiplash, elbow glide to fire hydrant to push back to whip to whip. Or actually, no. It's whiplash, elbow glide. What's it called? Elbow glide, windshield wiper to fire hydrant. To fire hydrant, windshield wiper. That would be crazy. I think this is my last attempt, right? Oh, I'm still. Kind of. I guess I have 4 more attempts, right? But I guess we can switch off, I guess. Oh, yeah, that's also what I was going to work on. I was going to work on Vader jams. Vader, I don't know what these are called. Like Vader to, no, it's this one. Vader to hang 5. Alright, this is actually hang 5, 1 squeaker, fakie hang 5, 2 Vader hang 5. No, it's hard. I don't know how people do that. I think it's because I don't have a flatline frame. I think that's what they're doing, because I think people that I see doing that trick, they have the offset forks and then they have a smaller frame. Seems like most people I've seen doing it. And I can only imagine if my foot was this, I kind of have like a trouble, like, I guess that's how you can learn, right? See, but I can hardly even do it. That's actually probably how you can learn it. Just going slow like this. Dude, I could hardly even do it. That's kind of lame. I think I need a smaller frame. Two more attempts. One more attempt. Let's jump. Okay, now we're going back to fire hydrant to sticky. I'm kind of working on like 7 things right now. Oh, that was almost it right there. Good attempt. Last attempt. Nope. Swivel to backyard. 4 attempts. Ah. I'm actually really bad at this trick. I think it's close on any one of those. more tight. Nope. Funky chicken time. Ah. One. Oh, wait, I need to do it over here. Two. Oh my goodness, bro. As you can tell by now, I am not good at these tricks. How are you doing? Last attempt. I always loop out of the funky chicken. I think that means I'm not scuffing it enough, right? If I'm looping out of the funky chicken. Let's watch some new stuff up on here.
Is uploaded. August 17th, 2022. I pulled a book from the archives today. This is Pavement Ethos, Maintain 5 by Rob Delecki, a BMX photographer, and he shoots BMX in such a sick way. Look at this shit. He's been doing it for years. He's a legend, and he's going to be out here for this year's Dawn of the Streets, which brings me into what today's first entry is going to be about. So if you're familiar with this channel, or you're familiar with me, I'm a professional BMX rider. I've been throwing events for a while for the New York City community, BMX community. It's been about 5 years in a row now. I've done an event called Dawn of the Streets. The past 3 years have really blossomed into something really beautiful. This year, instead of it being a one-day event, we've kind of decided to make it a 3-day event. Friday being a DVD premiere of a crew out of Philadelphia, Chocolate Truck. Some Matt Miller, a good friend of mine and all-around legend. He put together his second installment of Chocolate Truck, his BMX crew. That's happening Friday. Saturday is going to be a crazy event that's happening under the K Bridge here in Brooklyn, the Kosciuszko Bridge, and then Sunday is going to be the Street Jam. This whole week is kind of things that are going to lead up to it. Yesterday was kind of me hanging out with the Sabrosa team, kicking it with Ryan Shearer and Joris. I feel super appreciative that they're coming out for the event, so I just wanted to hang out with them and just kind of show them around and, I don't know, just have a day. Today's kind of be no different. Anthony Pan's a longtime friend of mine, now a pretty big YouTube guy. He's been really killing it. He's keeping consistent content, always A1. Way different than what I do, but I love the guy, and he's one of my best friends. He sponsored this year's dots and made a car with a rail over it. And I won't go too much more into it, but I know that he wants me to come and check it out, and I wanna check it out. Some California natives, Eddie Keeler and Devin Smiley. Devin's one of my favorite riders. Eddie's one of my favorite people. They're out here from Cali, and they're staying with Panza right now, and we're gonna go meet up with them, check out the car, go ride some spots. Also meet up with Justin Binthian, who is a filmer for Dig, and Dig is the media partner for Dots, and they're going to be doing a whole like kind of short documentary of the whole event, and also kind of like highlight reels.
Man, I'm not good at playing these. Car to Sticky.
You gonna pass that?
Nice to meet you. Wow. That's it.
What's up, Rusty? How are you doing?
Nice to meet you. Sorry to get out here.
Wow, dude.
Very good.
Yeah. Oh, nice to meet you. Heads out, man. How you feeling, man? Handshake. You went down so hard. You know my DVD playing works like that one. I love his DVD. His DVD doesn't work. I was trying to watch the SNM. Yeah. And the DVD is broken. PS2 don't work. Xbox don't work. Damn, dude. That was nice, dude. Jesus. Wait, who tried to grab it in the video? I didn't.
I see problem. The only thing is I don't have two people to sell, so it's just you won't drive. It's not even insured or registered. It's got no headlight. Put him in, it's got mildew. She sat in the driveway and then just brought it back.
Fuck. So close.
Fuck it. I had to come up with an obstacle for this event. I brought up the idea to him. I was like, let's make a volcano with fire pit. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it today.
Okay. Let's try not to get it impounded before we get there.
I'm hopping in. Oh my god, dude. That's too good.
Want the ticket? Actually, let's do slider no hander. Oh, how far is it now?
Yeah, you know how to use quick
Yeah,
hooks,
hard
right?
is actually be quick. Hard to be quick. There we go.
You can picture yourself making it over the whole thing, you know? That's why it's beams, so you can picture yourself doing it.
We'll do the glide game shot. You should use that.
Devin, can I get
Rolling up.
Like thinking crazy noise.
Chain real quick. You think so, Panta? Fuck. Sketch. Oh, that's it. Wow, man.
Yeah, turn this thing on.
Wow, good work, yo. Yeah, good job. Do it again. Hell yeah.
another creation talker? Another one.
I'm gonna get a towel. Sweating so much. I need to learn cliffhangers too. Kind of nice out here, right outside. No, let's keep it right here. I guess we will film some of this stuff just in case I land it. Normally just that sticky line. Alright, fire out and sticky. Ooh. I'm sitting there. I need to get some water. I have not been keeping hydrated. Studio. The next upgrade, even though I need to be practicing that one, so I'm getting into these a lot more. I'm going to do a no-hander into it. Yeah. Oh. So close. It is the funky chicken as well. See, it's weird because when I'm filming it on my phone, I feel like I should keep just trying that same trick, right? I guess I'm gonna try and switch it out. It's weird, I like always keep looping out. I don't know why. Oh yeah, I was trying Undertakers as well. Oh yeah, I was gonna do that at Google thing. Let's do that. Oh, too slow. Got 4 attempts on this one. Oh, so close, man. Let's see what that looked like. Bro, that was so close. That was the closest I've ever gone for that. Oh no, it didn't record. Ah, oh, darn. I thought I hit record. That sucks. Darn. Good thing I checked on it because I almost freaking landed it right there, man. Ah. Close attempt. Minutes to go. Wait, did I run out of memory? No, I have a bunch more. Why isn't it filming? Huh, that's weird. Like, stopped filming on me, I don't know why. Ah! That was 2 times in a row, I almost got it. That was really, really close. That's actually really fun. Darn. So I'm kind of trying this one a little bit longer than normal. I want to land this one. you really like gotta like preload it to get enough speed to go all the way and sort of get back to it. Darn. Come on now. It's actually kind of hard. It's weird, I did it like almost 2 tries in a row, but most of the time it looks just like that. Like I can't get close to it. Let's move on to the other one. Fire hydrant to sticky. Dude, how do they do that, man? I've only gotten into 1 out of 100 attempts already. Including yesterday, I've only gotten into 1. It's kind of hard. Oh, that was almost it right there. That was a close one. Let's move on. I kind of want to do the no-hander thing on here, but I think I need to I don't think it's big enough for me to really do it. Yeah, it's like not tall enough. I need to really go up there. Maybe let's try. This definitely I need to have taller. Could do. I did kind of want to do hang 5 squeaker, fakey hang 5 to regular hang 5 to fire hydrant. Kind of another one I wanted to do. Delete this, delete. What am I doing here? Let's edit. Oh, no. Let's clear out the memory. Albums, recently deleted. Select, delete all. Let's plug this in. I don't want to do that faking line. The Hank 5 faking line thing. I messed it up. I forgot what I was doing. Okay, so hang 5, squeaker to like that, to hang 5. Maybe I could go into another circle. I'm gonna maybe try that. Ah, darn it. Not hard. Just that quarter pipe thing's hard. Oh, darn. I'm like so close. Oh well, I'll switch off from that one. I have yet to land that one yet. I've like done it like kinda, but I always mess it up. Let's go back to this one. The Bubuka, I think it's a Bubuka chainsaw, fakie, half cap, a Bubuka chainsaw, fakie, generator, briefcase. Ah, it's close. I was like a little bit too far out. I had to really jump for it. I was like too close to it. Gotta like get that like perfect one. Kind of tires me out right there. Do an Undertaker. It's Undertaker time. Undertaker into the kickflip line. Oh, come on. I need to start learning how to land these tricks, man. Not getting any of them. You know what, I think if I land, I'm going to go straight into that. So, if I do go straight into it, I'm going to do a fakie into a gyrator. But if not, I'm going to go... maybe fakie decade. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. If I land into a fakie, I'm going to go into a fakie decade. Messing it up. really gotta commit. You have a bigger frame anyway. It's way easier with a flat setup. Come on. Man, I'm not doing good at this. So close. Darn. Man. Oh, that was so good right there. Bro, I have to like fully like get it over, like it's just such a like I need to land one. I haven't landed one in like 3 months actually. It's time. I'm just gonna grind it out. I know I said I was gonna do 4 things, but I need to actually land one because I'm like, I think I'm at the point where I kind of forgot how to land it, so we need to land one. Come on now. Cranks are kind of moving. I think I need to put the spacer in. Oh, so close. Yeah, I need to put the spacer in. My cranks are moving too much. It's like I have this in crank foot mode, right? Problem is, you can't have this trick on crank foot mode because it's almost like impossible not to hit your cranks, right? And that's, I think, what's also hard about this trick is you need to like land it, and then how I land is I use the pedal pressure. I know it's probably something you know what? Maybe I don't need it. Maybe I should just do it into a gyrator, right? Yes, let's just do it into a gyrator. Maybe it's ultimately that's what I need to learn now. Because then if I do hit the cranks, I mean, it's not even supposed to be about the cranks then, right? It's supposed to be about the gyrator, right? I haven't even landed one. Alright. Right. It's so weird. I used to almost do my first tee on my other bike. Brutal. Come on. Please let me get this. I just gotta like... This one, it's like I have to fully extend and land it. Oh, I'm getting, okay. I think I know what I'm doing wrong. I'm doing it at the wrong angle. Oh, come on. This trick's so hard, man. Come on. It's like as simple as that. Just like getting it all to click is so hard for me. Some people find this trick really easy, but I think maybe that was almost it right there. I just wish I had my flat setup, man. 'Cause the more shorter this is and then shorter the bars, the less you have to reach out. And this one, it's like almost like, it's basically to the point where I almost can't even do it. Like I have to like really like full 110% just max out stretch it to get it to work. pivot on that. I'm not gonna change it. I just gotta do it right. What's wrong with the brakes? Oh, I think I broke my brakes. I didn't even get a single close one. Darn.
That's right, elbow glide inside. Alright.
What am I gonna do? I think I need a log nut light. I didn't do that actually, but. Maybe I need to just change this out. That's not gonna work. shouldn't have put it on the outside. That kind of messed up anything? That actually might help right there. I'm gonna switch the trick and getting a little frustrated on that one, so. Alright, let's go back to the fire hydrant to sticky. Oh, I forgot my brakes were messed up. What the heck is going on with these things? Oh, that's weird. The brakes are terrible right now. Something is really wrong up in here. Nice strip breaking now. What the heck? Oh, I can't strip the bolt out. No, this thing's stripped. What in the world? Maybe if I put 2 of those bolts on there at once. Yeah, I gotta fix my bike. Maybe I should just put this button on. Change this out. Stop that. Maybe I don't switch out. Fix it. Bolts. Nice and fit. Where's the barrel adjuster? This barrel adjuster. For some reason, this one has a strange size of barrel adjuster. It's not like a normal barrel adjuster. This one has a different size. I somehow lost it. Oh, here it is. Dang, I found it. Gosh, it's right here. Right where I didn't look. This thing is way shot, man. Change it out. I don't want to change it out, but that one just feels so weird. That's why I didn't use this one. Oh, that's why they're using it, because they have these rim threads. break on me. Oh. You putting your spacer in there. So weird how someone bent on me. So weird when it's in there, there's like so much slack in there. Fix this. This one might actually work. Not bend it though. Oh, you know what I could probably do? I could probably file this one down. I'm gonna file it down and then try and fit it in there. Let's see if this thing works. I gotta file this and then put a spacer in it. Seems so weird, huh, to do that, right? But file this thing down. I think I just have to file it down just a little bit. Or actually, I think I need to re-bend it. Just gotta file it down. Just ever so slightly. What is wrong with this thing? It's like it's all messed up or something. Why isn't it going in there? Fit. Ah. It's like I bent it or something. How do you bend a lever, man? How do you bend the internals of a lever? It must have been something I did with that trick I did. I messed my bike up. Mod it. See, so it somehow bent this, and look at how like loose it is. It's like that. So now I'm trying to put a little spacer in it, but I have to like grind it out a little bit. Get it to fit perfectly in there. It's almost gonna fit in there. Fudge, it's so close. the heck is wrong with this thing? Come on, buddy. Fit in there. Darn. I think once I get it in there, it'll work. It's so close. Fit in there. There's no way, man. I keep grinding this thing down. Like this. Doesn't work. Ridiculous. How they made this thing really weird. Dude, why isn't it working? It doesn't make any sense. I need to take this to the vise. Then you get it to fit perfectly in there. There we go. We fixed it. Yes. We just modded this. We modded it and we made it work. I need to find one of these because this one's stripped out. I think I might still work. This is my old Tech 77 lever. And we have just modded it once again. I've modded this lever 2 times already. So this lever actually, so there's the housing of the lever. This is the Tech 77 housing lever. And then there's actually a different type of lever in there. There's a little bolt. Oh yeah, that's what I can do. A spacer on. Ooh, that'll make it look better. 2 spacers. Let's put a little bit of oil in there. Where's that oil at? Before I tighten it down. That was a weird mod. I had to like file it down. I had to file it down and put a spacer in there. It's just such a weird mod to do. Really strange size too. It doesn't fit on any of these things. I don't know why. Strange size bolt. Where should we put it? Let's see. Where should we? Hopefully it works. Oh yeah, dude, that's way better, bro. I just made. I think it is. Yep. We fixed it. When we fix this part. I was thinking I'm gonna have to mod some other lever to get it to work, but we've gotten it to work. Pretty stoked. So there's actually like 3 mods on this thing. So we've modded the lever itself. We've modded the housing of the lever. So this thing, because this thing just somehow bent, and I had to mod it by putting a spacer in there by shaving off some of this. And then I've modded by cutting this grip right here, so when you do a bar spin, you don't get cut on that bolt right there. I can't believe I still have this lever, bro. I love making like bike parts work, especially when it's like with the brake stuff. I like modding parts. That is one thing I like to do. I like to mod parts. I like to mod parts to where you can just do a trick that normal people normally can't do. That's really cool and fun. I think I might have fixed it, but it still seems kind of like you have to find the level on this perfect level to where it's not too tight and not too loose. Or I might have just messed it up. I need to wash my hands. But I put a little bit too much oil. Too much oil on there. Sweet, I fixed it. Oh darn. I wonder what I did. I guess I fixed this. Good, man. We have fixed it. Feels so much more solid now. Cool. You gotta turn down a little bit. I'm so glad I did that. Boom. Oh, we have fixed the bicycle. Oh, what's up, man? Do you know Mystified Tulip? Is that the skateboarding guy? I think that is the skateboarding guy. I have talked to him a bit. That dude's cool. He's like the only skateboarder I see on Twitch. So shout outs to that guy. Shout outs to Mystified Tulip. He's like the only skateboarder here. Let's see here. What am I gonna do? Oh yeah, let's. I'm gonna get back into riding. That was a little intermission, man. I should have just filmed it better, but I just wanted to get it done. My bad, bro. If you're still in here, sorry. I didn't look at the chat. I'm filming this on a phone, and I have to go behind the phone, where I have to open up the. If I open up the app, for some reason it doesn't update the chat. So for some reason I have to go behind the phone. I don't know why. My bike feels so, dude, that like mod I did right there, bro. I did not realize like this thing was hanging on by a thread. So like I somehow bent this housing on my brake lever housing. I bent it so much that this thing was just like flopping around. And that feels really solid. It actually feels more solid than this one now. Hit it. What? The tire like slipped. It was weird. Darn. Touch. Another spot? Bro. there's so many extra tricks you can do from that. I gotta clean this up. Isn't there something? Let's clean this up with. Figure out more tricks like that. Ooh, I haven't done that one on this side. Oh, I guess you can't really do it. Those are fun. Oh, it's feeling gnarly. It's feeling really good right now. It is feeling good. Let's delete all this. Delete. Delete. I haven't landed anything today. Oh, well, we're just learning. We're just learning. Wow. get back to filming. Back to filming. Starting to get it a little bit more. Oh, come on. Oh, so close. I'm actually kind of really digging the strip seat look. This looks really sleek. Man, you gotta get it down. So close. Roll it down my fork. You gotta like go slow at it. It's really bizarre. You gotta like scuff it to slow down, and then you have to like get that perfect one, just slam it down there. Because if you don't get that right speed, the momentum wants to keep like pushing you back and mess you up. Dude, I just landed it. Sweet. I am so glad I was filming it, man. That's the first thing I've landed all day today. I honestly can't believe I landed. The landing was really, really sketchy. But, I landed it. Bro, that's gnarly. I just can't believe I even did that. Dude, I can't believe I just landed that. Bro, I can't, dude, that's so gnarly. I was just messing around. It took me 5 days to land the other combo. Well, I guess maybe that's the reason why I did land it, just messing around. I'm so stoked, man. I'm so happy. We freaking landed something, man. I'm really stoked on that clip, man. That was 57, that was almost a minute long right there. Bro, I can't believe I landed it today. Now, I mean, that was like, I was just messing around. It was so weird, dude. See, that's why I film stuff, because I literally, if I wasn't, I was literally just messing around. I was like, oh, I'm probably not gonna land this for like days on end, right? For some reason, that one just worked. Like dude, it's so crazy. Oh, bro, I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Well, I guess let's keep filming stuff, right? Let's go! Let's go! Let's do some funky chickens. Oh, I've never done that combo. Bro, like, what's going on with me? I haven't been landing anything for days on end, and then all of a sudden, I'm starting to land things. Oh no, did I mess this up? Oh, fuck. No. Darn it. I think I messed this thing up. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. Fudge, man. This is not good. Oh, it must have been this one. Darn. Ah. I messed up freaking this bar end thing, and I really, really need these bar ends. Darn, how am I gonna undo that, dude? How do you take out a strip bolt? Oh, fudge. How do you take a strip bolt out? How to take a stripped bolt out. Alright, darn, there was actually one thing that ruined my bike. It was this trick. What about this one? Fudge, I think this one's getting ruined too. Oh my goodness, bro. I think I ruined these bar ends. These bar ends are really, really rare. This is not good. Not good. I somehow messed it up. Well, I got it off, but now I don't know how I'm gonna get this off now. It's like totally ruined. I might be able to do it like this. Oh, thank goodness. Look at that. It's almost about to strip out all the way. Oh, I caught it right in time, dude. Oh, it did kind of strip out on me. I think what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to like hammer it in. Darn. Okay, let's do it on the ice. I'm going to have to make some other ones. I think I have some more bolts that might fit on there. Darn it. Stripped it out. Oh, I don't know how I'm going to get this out. Oh, it's like just on the verge of coming out. Let's see here. Darn. That is not good. Not good. It's already stripped out like that. Bro, this sucks. They don't really like make these anymore. Fudge, I don't know how to get this out. How am I going to unscrew this? At least I got it out just a little bit, so thinking what I might be able to do is maybe just hammer it in and try and It's like so close. I'm gonna ruin these things forever. There has to be a way to get this out. I might be able to file it down. That's what I might try next. I might file that down. See how it's stripped out right there? This bolt's stripped out. I might file it down on both sides and see if I can catch it on the edge. So beefy. Let's see if this works. Might be enough to grab the edge. Ah, darn it. No. I've ruined it. There's no way I can fix this. I might be able to like screw it out if I do this. This is not good. I guess that side I really don't need that much. Try and screw a nail screw in that. Yeah. Maybe that'll get it out of there. Try and screw a screw in here and see if I can take that way. No way that's good. I mean, I guess I don't even have another bolt to fix it, so I don't think I even need this, I guess, anymore. Because I don't have the bolt to fix it, I need a little Allen bolt. see, maybe I could use this bar end. If darn, that sucks. Because that actually really sucks. Because that upside down trick is actually pretty brutal on the bike. I didn't know it was going to mess up my bar ends. I think I'm gonna mod this. Wait, is this thing even gonna fit in there? It's like I have to mod everything on the bike. It's weird. Okay, maybe I could fix this one. I think I know how to fix it now. Oh, it's screwed up. Fix this. Not just get some other bar ends. Let's see if this works. I'm going to cut it a little bit. I think it might work better that way. How do I fix this? I guess I could use this thing as a placeholder, but I think it's just gonna get shredded by that trick I've been doing, man. And it doesn't even like fit in there for some reason. I don't know, it doesn't work. I'm gonna fix this. I might have to just get some new wires. At least I landed the trick. I know I can fix this one. I'm going to try and hollow this out. I think that's my only other option. Because I don't know if they make these things anymore, so. This is brutal. Oh well, let's do it.
Probably can't show you for a file.
No, I don't need a file. I just need to fix this bar end. I mean, it's okay. I just gotta get some new ones. Let's just go tomorrow or something. Darn, man, that sucks. I messed up these bar ends and they're really rare. Oh, trick, man. I wasn't keeping notice where, okay, so I guess, I guess I can just get some other ones, but these metal bar ends are gnarly. So what ended up happening is actually a Flatlander gave me these metal bar ends, interestingly enough, right? And, the thing about it, right, is that I messed up because I was slamming on this thing, right, and I stripped out the top bolt, and there's actually 3 bolts. I've already stripped out 2 of them, right, and this top bolt was the last one, and I wasn't paying attention of where it was doing that trick, because normally when you do that trick, right, you ain't gonna hit the bolt, right, but it's like because I'm doing that upside down trick, it's kind of like changed. I kind of forgot that whole thing about it. There should be some somewhere. I tried to file it down. I'm trying to catch it, but I still can't seem to. Yeah, it's done, so there's no way I could fix it, yeah. It's done, so. Darn. I'm bummed out, man. I don't even think I could even fix any of these. I always mess up these things. Oh, well, I landed the trick. At least I landed something today. That's what matters, but... Try this one. Darn. I think that barring would just be so plentiful. fix this one up. We're doing some strange tactics to fix these things. Oh my goodness, man. See, these are like the snafu bar ends, but they're made out of some sort of like aluminum or something. I always break them. Okay, I think we might have fixed one of the bar. This is the janky bar end, but I think it might still work. I'm going to make sure that I point this thing down so it doesn't hit it and mess it up like we did last time. I had to saw a little bit off of it because it kind of bent on me. But I think since I sawed a bit of it off, it might work now. Nope. Maybe if I saw a little bit more off. Man, it's all on this side, huh? I was modding everything on this side today. Oh no, I wonder why it's still not working. It's almost just about to work. And I need to cut it just a little bit more. It's very odd it doesn't work. It's like the metal bends on me or something. Okay, let's try and cut it a little bit more and maybe we'll try and file it down. You know what, I think I'm just going to try this. Let's just try that. And now it's good. Hopefully it still catches on. Okay. Huh. Alrighty. This actually might work. No, it's kind of sharp, but that's not a problem. Let's just see if it works as a bar. Oh, there we go. Huh. I thought it worked. These barns are sketchy, man. I just need to get like whole new tear, right? But sometimes I have fun just trying to fix it. Or just fix old parts, right, so they work. Oh look, I got it to work, kind of. Huh, crazy. Dang, you know what, I actually got this thing to work. What I had to do is so this thing bends because it's made out of aluminum, and the metal bends, right, really easy. So what ends up happening is the space right here is, since it bends so much, the space just stops, you can't tighten it anymore, right? And then the aluminum, it gets to the point where you can't even tighten it at all, right? So what I did is I cut a little slot out right there, and I cut the rest of that part out, and now it works. But now it's really sharp, so now that's kind of sketchy. File this down. Bro, I can't believe I actually got this thing to work. That's two modded parts right here. It's just like so strange looking now. Just straight up just modded out parts. I somehow got it to work. And now it's kind of sharp. So that's the only problem. Fix this. Because there's a sharp edge on it now. Yeah, it has to be made out of aluminum or something. I think that actually might work. was kind of a fun little. That was actually really frustrating to try and figure out how to fix that. But I can't believe I saved these barns because I kind of thought like that might work, right? And it actually does. So, man, I probably should have just filmed all this. So the thing about these barns for the snafu barn, I guess I have another example of it. So here's actually an example of what ends up happening. And it's probably gonna, that barn is probably not gonna work for that long actually. So, okay, so the thing is that something happens with this metal. I don't know what it is, but something happens with this metal right here, and I guess you can't really see it. Maybe if I light it. Something happens with this metal to where you can't tighten it anymore. I don't know why. It's like made out of like aluminum or something. The other barons I was using are made out of chromoly. There we go. See this thing right here? See, that's the bolt. And then see how there's no gap in between there? There should be a gap right here so you can keep tightening it, right? This is max tight, and if I put it on the bar end, it doesn't work. The problem with this one is I stripped this one out. Or this one, oh, I bent it. That's the other problem with these bar ends. See, I hit it so much on that one side and it bent the bolt in. But I think I got this one to work somehow, so. And then with this one, I just cut it, so. I think that's kind of dangerous. It's almost kind of sharp. I think that might even cut somebody. Maybe not. Tomorrow I'm just going to see if I can go, but at least I can still keep riding. Yeah, I'm going to have to change that out. It's really annoying, but oh well. At least I can still ride. Because I don't have any other plans. That work. At least we got to work, so that's cool. Actually, you know what? I think if I position the bar end to where that thing faces out like that, it won't be as annoying. That's cool. Okay, at least we can still ride. They don't have it at the bike shop. I haven't even been to a bike shop since I've been back. Let's give one of those upside down plates a test try. I'm wondering if it's just going to break this bar end. Might as well just try the upgraded version. At least it works. I should have just ended the stream right there, man. I just went through all this frustration just trying to fix that thing. All I had to do was cut it just a little bit. Oh my god, bro. Man, I had to fix my bike all weird today. Just on that one little side, too. It's very strange. Just this one side is so modded out. It's ridiculous. This one, like, this thing right here, I had to mod it twice today. Just to get it to work. So we modded this bolt, and somehow I bent this brake housing, this brake lever housing. And then I had to shave down the lever. I had to find a spacer to put it in there. And then on this one, I had to cut this thing and shave this down so it worked. And it's still kind of sharp, so I'm kind of scared of it. That's the only kind of sketchy thing. It's kind of sharp. I'm like tripped out. Probably go to the bike store more. I haven't even been to the bike store since I've been back. It's kind of crazy. Well, you know, I haven't been doing the squeakers lately. Or front yards. That's what they call it, front yards. How did I get into it? Oh, yeah. I don't like that. That's sketching me out. I think I might almost cut my finger on this. the only problem I don't like about these barns. Since they're made out of that thin, that weird metal, sometimes like, oh look, this one just totally broke on me. What the heck happened to this thing? It totally just came off. Darn. I thought I fixed it, I guess not. Don't even stop working. What about I push it on this side? That'll be better. There we go. Okay, yeah, that worked way better. Okay, that goes in. Oh man, somehow, dude, this barring cut me somehow. It cut my finger open. Or maybe it's the bar, maybe it's something else. So that's the sketchy thing about this thing. Oh, come on. Cut my finger. I don't think it's the bar, I think it's just something I did. cool. Huh. That's weird. I haven't really seen too many artworks of this. Huh. Oh, that's weird. Crazy. Ah. Huh. Let's see here. How do I do this? What? That was gnarly. Well, apologize everybody for just trying to fix my bike up. It took way too long. I feel like I should keep riding, but oh well. Okay, I guess it's time to end the stream. Darn. Felt like I spent way too much time trying to fix my bike, but it's okay. Let's end it with a Bible verse. At least we landed it. Today was a gnarly day. Today was a gnarly day because we landed just messing around that combo that we were trying. It's not the full combo that I was trying to do, but it is part of it. Let's leave it with a Bible. Let's leave it with a proverb. For the righteous falls 7 times and rises again, but the wicked stumble in times of calamity. There we go. Hey, what's up, dude? My bad. Salt potato. Salt potato. La 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 leap. We're out of here. Sorry about today. It was a little. I had to fix this bike up. Ugh. We had to mod it. Anyway, farewell, everybody. Till next we meet. Probably tomorrow. Probably is gonna be tomorrow. See ya.